After this concert, we'll put on some Bonobo for you. All right, so let's switch over and just get right into code. I know, me coding will put you to sleep. There you go. Hold on, let me do a vitamin D. Aw, someone subbed. Hey, thank you, sub. It doesn't even tell me who that was, but thank you for kicking us off. Ah, thanks, Otiv. Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, so the thing that we left off on yesterday is actually we built out these create multiple endpoints, and I believe that's all we needed inside of them. We won't know until we test it. And hey, defy us all. We're just getting started. Thanks for the raid. That's really good timing. I had hot pot for the first time yesterday. It was good. The broth wasn't nearly as flavorful as like a proper ramen broth, but it was still good. It was like a fancy hot pot where each person got their own bowl. But we ended up doing like the shared like meat trays. But yeah, it was really good. I would happily do that again. But yeah, what were you up to on your stream? And then, because I was out, like I left the house yesterday, I decided I might as well drive into Seattle. So I drove into Seattle. Maybe partook of a little bit of a joint and then decided to just walk around in Belltown for like a half hour. And then after that half hour, had a drink at Buckley's and then had another drink at Big Mario's. And then Big Mario's was specifically so I could get a big old pizza for eating dinner tonight. Yeah, I had plans. Like, there's another Big Mario's location over in Fremont. I didn't make it over there. I just did the Belltown, like, walk and then a drink and then went to Big Mario's for the pizza. But the Big Mario's I went to was just the one in, like by the Space Needle there. I don't remember what that area is called. Queen Anne, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, no worries. I don't actually know what that area is called by the Space Needle there. But yeah, Big Mario's, if you are a pizza fan, Big Mario's is the best pizza in Seattle. We used to have a sizzle pie up here, but it didn't last. I think it had a bad location. And they made the mistake of, like, trying to build a spot within a couple blocks of Big Mario's. It's going to be a hard time beating that. Big Mario's just has such a better location up in Capitol Hill. Like, it's directly next to, like, all the other happening bars. So, yeah. Yeah, Sizzle Pie just really messed up on their location. Which is a shame, because Sizzle Pie is also a really good slice. They're a Portland, like, venue. But yeah. Big Mario's here in Seattle. It's about as good as you're going to get. I've had worse pizza in New York. Let me put it that way. I've had much better pizza in New York as well, but yeah, like I've had worse. Big Mario's? Classy is definitely not how to describe it. No, it's like a rocker kind of like dive bar, but they make good pizza. I wish I had like they have their own like custom printed like pizza boxes though, and they're great. But yeah, no, it's a really good like dive bar actually. Like they'll play metal, they'll play like just good music, and then Like, you know how some bars, they got like sports playing or some shit? Big Mario's instead has a VCR and a wall of VHSs that they pull from. So, yeah, yesterday I got in there and they had Close Encounters of the Third Kind playing. Which I hadn't seen in a long time. I didn't watch the whole thing. But yeah, it's a good movie. But okay. So yeah, you were doing hold on. The player attack system UI. And your game is turn-based, right? So it's just establishing like the turns and how things work. Right, selecting your action, doing it, enemy does their thing. Oh, it's like Smash TV. Oh. Okay. I don't think I understood that from seeing your like initial development. Oh, that sounds even cooler. Oh, dude. So when you say the attack system UI, what does that mean? I'm actually really curious about that. And no, now you've got me really interested. Are you going to need voice acting? I know I've been slacking on building out my voice acting like website, like my portfolio. But if you need some voice acting, just let me know. I get it, but is 11 Lab actually that good? I've used it. They're pretty good. I liked Play HT's voices better. Not all of their voices, but yeah. So yeah, player unlocks different abilities as they progress through the storyline. Okay, cool. How are you planning on releasing the game? I guess that's another big thing. Like, is 11 Labs voicing actually allowed on Steam? You might want to double check that. I would say for prototyping, yeah, 11 Labs is a great idea. And I'm going to Google that right now. Experimenting with custom voices. Yeah, I would say if you end up like maybe paying voice actors to then generate something from clips they make, that would probably totally be legal. I don't see a problem with that at all. So this is a year ago. I don't see anything. So when was this posted? Last year. Yeah, so it's about proving copyright. So yeah, you might be good. And what's up, Swag Dev? How you doing? Yeah, you have to do a full disclosure. I think that's the big part. What I would say is you could release the game without it and then just provide like a free DLC with it. And that's always an option too. So the base game just doesn't have it, but you could release a free DLC or a free mod. Right? Like maybe don't even release the DLC through Steam, but do it over on Nexus Mods or something. Right? Like the official AI voice mod for blah blah blah. Need it to be available first quarter. Wait, what do you mean by that? Like your game needs to be released first quarter. Okay, so you've got like a timeline. Oh, the voices. Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah, good luck. You know, yeah, Steam is a fickle beast. I would say having some kind of deadline like that and requiring voices, like, I don't know, man. Yeah, that's putting a lot of eggs into the Steam carrying basket. I would say even if you need it, not first quarter as in this quarter. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. I was like, damn, dude, that is one tight turnaround you're going for. Okay. Like, you mean on initial release? Well, I understand that. What I'm saying is you can release the game and the DLC in tandem, but I don't know if you want the DLC to be on Steam. That part's the trickier part. Like, you could get your game approved and launched and out there and ready. Boom, on Steam, no problem. And then in messaging, etc., hey, would you like to have AI voices? Right? It's the proper way to use the game. You know, either download the DLC through Steam if it gets approved, and if that part fails, then you have the contingency of Nexus mods. That would be my recommendation. Yeah, I understand that, FD. The problem is the Finals is a very popular game by a much larger studio. So Steam is more willing to probably let something like that happen. If you've never released a game to Steam, why would they care? It's just easier for them to deny. I'm not trying to be a pessimist. I'm just pointing out the reality of it. If you're a nobody, why would Steam give a shit? That's what I'm thinking, yeah. So yeah, just because a big studio does it doesn't mean it's actually something that any studio can do. So I would try and plan around that contingency. I agree, right? But I'm just saying you should have a contingency in place otherwise. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's not even whether it's legal or illegal. It's just simply like Steam could just decide they don't want it there, right? It's like submitting to the Apple Store. I don't know if you've ever done that. There are apps out there doing stuff that you think like, well, yeah, they're doing it, so I should totally be allowed. And then you submit, and whoever decided to review your app that day either didn't like you or has a thing that they care about. And then bam, you're denied. So yeah, right? Like whenever you're dealing with those walled gardens, you need to have a contingency on the things that are in the gray area. So that would be my recommendation. At some point, you could do like the Sims thing or like the Charlie Brown thing, where like the audio you do ship with is just, it's got the text and it's like, and then someone else is like, right? Like that kind of junk. You could ship with that to where like the sounds are close to what your characters sound like in the audiobook. And then you could just release a DLC that replaces that. Whether that DLC is official through Steam, you could try and do it just extra for free, right? Instead of like someone paying for it. See if Steam lets that through. Or you could just do it through a third party, like Nexus Mods. But at least having that plan in place. That's all I wanted to throw out there. That's all. Right? Yeah, is the audiobook using all AI voices too? Interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of anti that, but more power to you. I'd have to hear it, but I've just really not been impressed with a lot of the AI voices in general. But yeah, more power to you. Sure. That's not a bad idea. Like, are there tools? Like, how do you end up doing that, like, post stuff? Like, what if we had a tool that's basically the same exact, like, voice actor process? And I know very little about that. Uh, I don't know about that, Gabe. I'm a jerk sometimes. People know that. People call me out for it. It's okay. I'm only human. But yeah, I only have limited experience with what like the studio voice actor thing is like from the show Toast of London. I don't know if you've seen that. It's really fun. But basically, like, yeah, the voice actor reads the thing, you give it feedback, it rereads it, hopefully taking in the notes that you gave it. Is there like a good process for that, or identifying a section that you'd like to have it reread, or any of that? That would make an interesting like app. Right? And like, how good are the LLMs, or like how good is 11 Labs at taking feedback? Yeah, yeah. So I get that, like multiple voices in your chapters. Yeah, I understand that, but is there a way to like tag a clip and be like, that was good, but can I get it with a little more like emphasis on a certain word, or could you make it sound a little happier? Right? Is that like feedback possible? Because that would be what I'd be looking for. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you could build out an app that does that, that would be really cool. Right? Like, give it prompting the way you would prompt a voice actor. Ooh, I like that idea. The greatest honor an idea can have is going into the Trello board. Yeah, see, I like that. I think yeah, that's such a hack to me that like it seems to me like you should be able to add that context without doing it manually. So I think this is a good idea, right? Um, AI voice acting studio. Allow a director to select chunks and add feedback or regeneration. Yeah, I like that idea. I'm actually moving that way up. I think that's one that you'd need first mover advantage on. Yeah, I think it would actually have to be like right? Like you would need to involve a bunch of LLMs. So the LLM would have to like a separate LLM would have to take in your instruction, right? And then apply it to the snippet of text that you have the voice LLM doing. Cuz right, like I'm not sure how good LLMs are at taking in an audio clip and understanding any of that, right? Like they can use it to generate it, but can they use it to understand it? And my guess is no. So instead, you would have to fine tune a process in which you give your critique, like, hey, could we make this, more excited, maybe speak a little faster? And then an LLM would add like that extra like metadata of, like basically what you described with like, they said in a fast, excited tone. Right? So they have sliders, etc. What I'd get at is I want a more interactive process where you tell it and the LLM configures those sliders, right? Or the LLM adds bold or italics and or like the little like things at the end and then cuts them. So then like it's just a less manual process. So basically what you're describing, like I don't know, man. If you want to co-build a product around that, I wouldn't mind partnering up. I think that'd be cool. I won't be able to get into it for another month or two. Maybe, Gabe. See, I mean, that's like the part I'm really good at. Yeah, my thought with it would be we need to figure out like the right pipeline system for gluing together LLMs. And yeah, like brainstorming the UI would help for sure. I feel like that's something that I feel more experienced with. But yeah, I don't know. It's something we can think about. I like it as an idea. It is a very niche thing, so I'm not sure how much money it would actually make, but I mean, honestly, it would be good for people doing commercials or ads, like it would be good for low budget content creation. I don't like the idea of replacing voice actors, but I don't know. Yeah. Whatever. And yeah, the main goal would probably be to wrap something like Play HT or 11 Labs or whatever, right? And then eventually build out your own foundational model. But yeah, I don't know, something to think about. I guess the thing I would need help most with is if we wanted to like build it out, what would the UI pipeline actually be? Right? That would be the hardest part. Right? Like gluing together that like lang chain kind of stuff. But doable. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, no worries, Defias. Yep, have a good one. Later. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, later. All right, so the part we left off on, this. So we're going to get account ID. This is for balances. So balance ID. I believe we end up needing business ID. Oh, and this is a good concert. But hold on. We said we'd get some Bonobo going for FD. Because it's late, FD. You should get some sleep. All right, so yeah, none of that's right. Hold on. Yeah, so, yeah, Super Maven blew it on that one. Oh, it is. Yeah, Bonobo's good. This is not going to be publishing to a queue. Oh, we're missing a table. Oh, and that's wrong. One second. Do I have a Spotify playlist? No, but if you do want to get the song, you just type !song. And you'll get a link to anywhere I play music from. Whether it's Bandcamp or YouTube like this or wherever. Did I try Cursor? I have tried Cursor. So I'm using SuperMaven. SuperMaven's owned by Cursor. SuperMaven's pretty awesome for auto-completion. I don't find Cursor, like the main thing it's good for, actually useful for me, right? For tab completion, I've just got VS Code and it works fine. For like prompting and that BS, I don't really write code that way. Right? Like approving the changes as it goes isn't a workflow that I care about. Like I know what I need to make, so I'm good. Like I'd spend just as much time doing what I just did by prompting Cursor via their chat bullshit as I would just letting tab completion kick in. For things that I don't know about, I would say Cursor is great. So when we were building a bash script, yeah, it would take me a lot longer to look up and type the things I actually need with a bash script. I think a big part is using like the chat of Cursor is a context switch where I'd rather be focused in the editor rather than some side thing. Yeah, writing code is not the hard part most of the time anyway. Writing code that you can actually read is the part. And that's fine, Tensei. I don't care about that, right? The context switch of going where I'm not actually at is not something I'm looking for. My context is right here. I don't want to switch my context. Besides the thing I actually want to write. Yeah, I don't want it doing something other than what's on this line. Like, if it does multiple lines from where this line is, sure. But no, I don't want to have to then context switch and then go look at what else it decided to do. Very much in the same line as when I'm typing out some code and you notice like a typo or something, I understand. I will have typos in my code. But context switching to go back and fix that typo rather than getting what's already like in my flow state to hammer it out, that's bad. That type of context switching is actually a huge problem for your workflow. Context switching is the #1 time sink of all developers, right? It's the biggest pain point we have as devs. If you can reduce context switching, you can get more code out quicker. Now, getting code out quicker is not always the goal, but completing an idea is the goal. Right? Like finishing a thread. The moment you've lost that thread, it's gone, and you just have to create a whole new one, right? Maybe. I still consider that context switching. Right? Like the co-pair programmer is the one in my head, you know? I need to let him finish a thought and get some stuff out before I start thinking about other things. And yes, I know I context switch while I chat about things like this, but you'll notice how I don't do it when I'm in the middle of a line. So it's very similar to when people point out a typo while I'm typing something out, while I'm finishing a thought. Yeah, I get it. We can fix a typo when it needs to be fixed. It doesn't need to interrupt what we're doing in the moment. A human being would understand that. Yeah, I don't think an AI would do that, right? If anything, the AI fixing the typo would be the right move. Right? Just automatically fix it. Boom. Right? I'd say that's fine. Like, why even interrupt me if it knows it's a typo? Right? Just add it to a log somewhere. Like, hey, I fixed a typo for you. After I'm done with a session and I'm ready to like context switch a bit, I just see what it did while I was working. I think that would be a better use case for me. And what's up, Source Code? How you doing? And how you doing, Fievel? Yeah, what you up to? And yeah, I don't know why I'm glancing at work. No one's going to reply or do anything on the weekend. So yeah, I just don't have enough feedback to change anything tomorrow during co-working day. So whatever, they'll deal with it. And yeah, has been a bit there, Fievel. What you up to? I'm not a big fan of her voice. Do they do at least one more song, or do they just keep talking? So this is the last song on their album, or on the concert. Meh. Let's do some Krungman. Yeah. Deep Seek on Olama. Cool. So yeah, I want to add a to-do. Figure out the right way to surface these logs. Maybe they just get printed to CloudWatch for now. CloudWatch gets expensive really quick, though. Submitted a couple plugins for WordPress. Nice. All right, so let's do this. And yeah, it's just that simple. Yep, when we create a new balance, it starts at 0. Yeah, I'd say that's good. Because all we got to do is create the account. Like, it's not rocket science. Yep, all those look good. Oh, I realized, hold on. I got one thing I want to fix up here. There we go. So it didn't quite get that one. So we'll fix that in a sec, but we'll add the missing imports. Yep, we start that one at 0. Oh, I haven't heard of that one, Fievel. Sounds cool, though. This isn't work. This is my side stuff. This is what I do, man. Okay, so I think we've actually checked off all those boxes. Whether it works like we want, that'll be different. So the basic gist of it, and yeah, we'll leave those logs. And yeah, hell yeah, Space Case. Thanks for the watch streak. Oh, let's fix this. All right, so testing this does seem a little trickier. Let's just try it. Ooh, we've got some errors. Yeah. Event. Yep, hold on. No. Not sure why it's not complaining about that, but I think we just got to do any. For now. We can type that a bit better later. Oh. All right. So that built. Let's actually see if it works. So yeah, we need to relog in. All right. So we have a list of accounts, right? We can create a new currency. We can call it red gems. Sure. Ah. Okay, so that error. Yeah, this is an issue. We need to look at the JS SDK. So publish is an object that has a name value, and that becomes payload. Yep. So yeah, the fact that this is not type safe is really annoying, and yeah, that is basically down to the fact that the creators of Architect are not into TypeScript. I consider that a problem, but not something we'll deal with right now. Oh, this one was going to be a flaw anyway, because that should be quotas, so copy paste got us there. All right, so then these, it actually did get the for each properly for that. So yeah, we just messed it up at the other level, which I find interesting. So yeah, we do have the payload correct there. And that part doesn't matter, right? I don't think publishing is actually a promise. We'll just do it for balances. We're going to add a to-do here. And eventually one of our tasks will be pulling out all these to-dos into actual, like, project management tasks. But yeah, so this to-do is... Okay, so that part seems better. That part seems weird, but we should be able to just reboot that and call it good. Let's do a balance first. We need to add feedback that that's being submitted. Right? Like disable the button, add a loader. Later, Otiv. And again, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, have a good night. Hold on, we got another. Okay, so we got that rebooted. Let's create a new balance. We'll call it Red Gems again. No, I am not a freelancer. I'm also not a free LAN car. All right, let me check an unban request. Yeah, exactly. Oh, oh. There we go. Get that echo out of there. All right. Yeah, let me go check this unban request. It was not a sincere one. That person really doesn't have much going on in their life if they're going to come back after 5 years and double down on their bullshit. Yeah, dude. Some people just suck. Yeah, they got banned 5 years ago, dude. And they're still hung up on their bullshit. Like, whatever they're doing is projection, for sure. Okay, so we are seeing received event, create multiple balances. We don't see received event for other stuff, though. So if we go to accounts, right, no account balances because they didn't get created. So something is broken. With this process. Okay, so our account fetch failed. Oh, yeah, that would always fail, right? Because we need to pass DB keys, and yeah, there's actually some bugs we're going to have with that. What's up, Oniyushi? Um... Oh, yeah. Hold on. We do this. And then we're good. All right, so then we got to do the same thing over here in quotas, because I know for a fact I messed that up there too. And yeah, that is a flaw in my ORM. Or whatever I have. Query builder, whatever you want to call it. All right, so the get all by ID. Let's check some of these get by ID. Partition keys. Those are all good. Yeah, so I'd say we're maybe good there. Yep. Warning, account not found. Undefined. Interesting. We've got a bunch of account not founds. So hold on. The way we're fetching the account must be incorrect. Oh, it's because account ID was actually passed as undefined. And this would be event.payload, I think. So hold on. Let me go look at least maybe one of these others. Do we have a proper type? We're still doing that. Yeah, we're gonna create a type for that, even though architect doesn't have one. Oh, and that's the way they do it. Okay, so that's the only part of the record we actually care about. And let's just double check this. Let's go comb through the architect code base and see if they actually output a type for this and it's just not auto-completing or something. No, it's all pure JS. They don't even output a .d.ts file. Yeah, no. So yeah, we just got a band-aid over architect's lack of types. And maybe we're on an old version. That could be part of it. But whatever. So this is a queue event. And we'll just call it interface. Adding this type safety isn't really going to help. What this is really meaning is that I would love a wrapper around architects. That's another thing Calatrava would need to do. It's going to go in longer term. Yeah, we're not going to solve that right now. Oh, architect, don't go changing. JSON body is equal to any? Come on, man. There we go, JSON value. Yeah. Why does JSON value not get shipped as like part of the core? It really should. Oh, wait. So hold on. If we look at the way we're using it, it's actually, yeah, let me look at fixture again. Oh, and it's going to have a body that's a string. So payload is actually maybe even like an HTTP request. So this is not quite right. We have like a queues thing. Nope. So yeah, we'll just throw it here into utils for now. So get queue payload. Okay. So yeah, this like boilerplate we're gonna have. I like that. So we kind of want to just do that in all of those events. So what we can do then here is get queue payload event, bring that in. We don't always play this music. Sometimes it's synth waves, sometimes it's other stuff. But yeah, this music is very pleasant. If you want to get the link, it's actually really simple. You just do !song, and that should work pretty much anytime you hear a song you like. But yeah, Krungbin is fantastic. Wow, I forgot that we even get the name of the chapter. Is that because YouTube is updating the title as it goes? No. Wow, yeah, I forgot how we were even getting the chapter name, like to get the song. But yeah, Pitchfork is not the artist; it's Krungbin. But man, even being able to get the song name, that's cool. I forgot we even did that. Oh, and yeah, I should just export this. I'm okay with that. I really wish JSON value was just something that one of these standard libraries just shipped with. I don't know why they don't. It's super weird to me. All right, so we can get rid of some of that boilerplate. Yeah, these fixtures. Yeah, we do still want to. Yeah. Yeah, fixtures are still used. Oh, this is the song that got me into Krungbin. This song's just so good. The music video's fun too. It's like a little old lady in China or Korea. I'm not sure exactly what country. I'd have to like check the video again. But basically, she walks out of her house, looks around, picks up an invisible hula hoop, and just starts hula hooping around the city. It's super good. Hold on. Let's just show it real quick. It's super fun. Third room. Yeah, there she is. I'm gonna guess Korean, but I could be wrong. The characters look a bit Korean to me, but again, I could be totally wrong. Like the writing characters. The look on her face, like she's so happy. Video. Right? Like super low budget. Like, yeah, that's the best kind of music video. Doesn't cost a lot to make, doesn't require a lot of crazy effects. But it, man, just really gives the song a vibe. Those are the best kind of music videos. Yeah. Yeah, this is a band I'd love to see in concert, but they're big enough that they're only going to be playing like larger venues now, which bums me out. Like they'd be so good at a smaller venue. What's up, GM? How you doing? And yeah, what's up, Gavin? How you doing? I think we're good there now. So if we go back down, and yeah, we could actually do an Apple K, clear that out. And how you doing, Nelixus? What you up to? All right, let's delete a few of these that we don't need. Ooh, all right, another note. It's for managing balances. So yeah, you could use that balance for in-app purchase or something, sure. I am not trying to prescribe what people use it for because people could be able to think of something that I wouldn't think. But yes, if you wanted to make your own League of Legends, we could manage the blue and red gems or crystals or whatever for you. You still got to send us requests of when those things happen, but we can manage and create like dashboards for that to save you that time. All right, that is looking pretty promising. I don't know what GameSparks actually is. Were they doing the same thing? Yeah, this is not just for games. Like my core target market is actually not games. My core target market is other software as a service. So if you want to launch up your own AI wrapper, you need to manage a balance of how much someone has paid you so you can use that to pay OpenAI or whatever, right? That would be the balance part. And then quotas, think about any software as a service you use that has the idea of, hey, you get 1,000 requests a month or whatever, like whatever number you want to give. How are you tracking that? How are you sending a message when they're approaching their limit? And again, that's infrastructure that I can build out. So my core target market is software as a service. I believe games are tangentially a software as a service, but game devs are also typically kind of cheap. Indie hackers are also typically kind of cheap. So yeah, I will create marketing content for them, but they will not be my initial go-to-market strategy. My goal is to be able to solve all of the problems, but I foresee the most profitability from software as a service, like proper software as a service, not indie hacker software as a service. Nothing wrong with indie hackers. It's just I consider myself an indie hacker. And I built my own auth because I didn't want to pay for clerk, right? Like I didn't want to be beholden to their limits, etc. Right? I didn't want to pay $125 a month for multi-factor. So at that point, yes, indie hackers are not a good target market because they don't spend money. In the same way that streamers are a terrible target market as well. So yeah, we're gonna put on some synthwave instead of the funk. Just something we can zone out to a bit more. But yeah, any streamer tools you're building that you're planning on monetizing, streamers are notoriously cheap. And then there's the problem of once they make it and they have enough money to pay for something, they don't want to change anything because how they made it with what they're already doing is like a magic formula that they don't want to mess up. So very few streamers actually want to change things after they've already made it big where they can afford to pay for a service. So yeah, streamers are terrible as a target market. Game devs are cheap as well, especially indie game devs. The only reason I would say indie game devs are worth targeting, and I would say even more so than indie hackers, is that game devs are not web devs, right? So for them to build out dashboards and like back-end infrastructure for any of this stuff would be a higher lift, whereas an indie hacker could do it. A game dev might not be able to. So game devs are, I think, a more prioritizable target market than indie hackers simply because in general they lack the skills to build this out themselves, whereas indie hackers could do it poorly maybe, but they could still do it. Profit sharing? No. Sorry, no. There's no way for me to track actual revenue. Right? I'm not middlemaning the payment services. So at that point, I just can't do it. Otherwise, it's too easy to game that system. To do that kind of model right, you have to be the size of Unity or Unreal Engine, right? They're the only ones that can do the, well, once you hit $100,000 in revenue, then you owe us. And yeah, so you watched one of the podcast interview style videos the other night. Which one did you watch? Was that the one with Corbin Crutchcorn, or was that the one with Robin Hines? We have another one coming out in next week, like in just 5 days, with Shashi Low, and I'll be recording another one on Wednesday. Planning on doing a few more of those. Should be fun. We need to actually get those published up to something like Transistor. And I think that's going to be like a core goal for me come Monday. Because I think with 3 episodes, it's finally like time to like publish to Spotify and other like podcast platforms. Right now, we've just been doing it to YouTube. But Winnie, I'm curious, how did you discover it? Did you find it from a link here on stream, or did it just randomly like pop up in your feed or something? Yes. All right. So that works for balances. Let's do it for quotas. Let's create a brand new quota. This one will be, right, there was data transfer. There was requests. We'll say MAUs. Sure. Oh, it must have popped up on here. Yeah. I mean, I do have a recurring thing saying like, hey, check out the interview I had with Corbin. So, yeah, that's probably where you found it. I would be surprised if it got just randomly shown to you. Ooh, and our account utilization. Yeah, we show 0. Yep, that's going in the notes. We should actually be showing like one bar graph where it's just 0%. I'm wondering if our accounts didn't get created. That sounds like a bug. Yep, okay. So we ran into an issue there, and maybe that note is no longer necessary, because that was just a bug with what we're doing here. Okay, so create multiple account quotas. And it came back empty. Yep, so it's how we're doing our get all by ID in create multiple account quotas. Wait, hold on. Ah, missing required payload. Okay, hold on. Yes. Okay, so that was a copy paste issue. It's not going to be in queues. It's going to be up here in quotas. Create multiple account quotas, and we called it balance ID. Yep, there we go. So we go through and create those, and that's our list, and we should be good. So then if I refresh, we should see like one bar there, right? Oh, no, we still get a 0. If we click accounts, okay. Yeah, I'll call that just fine. Yeah, cool. All right, so I'm going to call what we got there done and dusted. Cool. And yeah, we can always clean up a bunch of the log statements. I'm not too worried about that at the moment, right? We can do that as like a final step, and as we clean up logs, that'll probably end up giving us like action items of some kind. Okay, well, we knocked that task out. So plans for the short term. Let's do, well, we don't have a way of creating an account here. So we can't verify that we create the balance for that account this way. That'll have to go into some of our API validation, right? So when we start writing our Dread.js tests, we're going to have to check it there. So I'm okay with calling that done because I expect to have a bunch of errors when we do the Dread.js stuff anyway. So yeah, this is a good moment. Let me go use the restroom. And man, I feel like I could have myself a little whiskey because I didn't expect to knock the rest of that out so quick. And we got to start like brainstorming about what goes on the homepage, like the overview. And then once we get the overview, we need to start brainstorming about how the settings page is going to work and how API key management is going to work. User settings. This is an API thing. Bushmills? I used to not like Bushmills. It's actually not bad. Yeah. I used to lump it in the same category as like Black Velvet. Or there's a couple others that are just ugh. But I was totally wrong. No, not Black Label, Black Velvet. Black Velvet's gross. Black Label is Scotch, and it's a decent Scotch. Like, it's a good Scotch. I'm not a big Scotch drinker. But yeah, Black Velvet is like a really bad whiskey. Comes in a plastic bottle, you know? Black Velvet, it'll bring you to your knees. Like, I really do feel like the song is about the whiskey. It's gotta be about the whiskey. And Black Velvet is garbage whiskey. Like, really bad. Only thing I can think of worse is, like, Hood River Distillery. Basically anything that comes in a plastic bottle. You don't want it. You don't want it. All right, so eventually we're going to have to refactor the entire back end to deal with sandbox stuff. Yeah, exactly, Winnie. It's gross. There are like specific companies that specialize in just the worst. The worst. Hood River Distillery is one of them. I am curious. Do they have anything that's actually good? They do have some higher end things, it looks like. They make the Timberline vodka. Interesting. I kind of could have guessed that. I haven't tried McCarthy's or Fourth West or Easy Rider or what is Trail's End? It's like a small batch bourbon. Yeah, I haven't tried any of their like higher end stuff. Does look like McCarthy's gets reviewed pretty well. Yeah, Trail's End was a bourbon. Yeah, these could actually be all right. I like the fact that they're doing like higher end stuff. You'll notice how they don't even have like the grossness. Like, where's HRD? Sinfire, gross. Ugh. There it is. HRD, our value brands. So, yeah, and then Monarch is their value brand as well. So anything like Monarch whiskey, Monarch rum. Like, dude. Right? HRD vodka and their schnapps. Just really bad. Like, really, really bad. So, do I like Japanese whiskey? It depends on the Japanese whiskey. I'm not a fan of Scotch, so I don't like anything that has that peat flavor. And I do find that Japanese whiskey tends to be a little higher on the corn content, which means that it has that, like, basically that moonshine style flavor, like Gavin was alluding to. Right? Because moonshine, I believe, is like pure corn. Right? Like, moonshine is basically just corn whiskey, from my understanding of it. But yeah, real quick, let me go use the restroom and pour some more water, and we can hop into a beverage ourselves. So Gavin, that's the thing. Bourbon is a mixture of corn and wheat, right? That mixture is what determines if it's a proper bourbon or just a whiskey. So bourbon used to be required to have barrels from like some specific county in Tennessee or some bullshit or Kentucky, right? They have loosened that, but now to be classified as bourbon, your mash bill has to be of a specific percentage. Hibiki is great. I haven't had Yamazaki. Okay. And I'm back. Yeah, and when I'm talking about whiskey, it might seem like I'm a bit of like oh, it's got to be expensive. No, my favorite whiskey when I'm out and about is actually Four Roses Yellow Label. It's like their cheapest version. And like compared to the expensive stuff, it's pretty reasonable. Like I've even been to bars where Four Roses is their well, right? But it like Four Roses Yellow Label is quite good. Very sippable. If it were possible to get a bourbon sponsorship, Four Roses would be it. Like that'd be the one I'd be aiming for the most. I wish Costco got like the big jugs of Yellow Label. That'd be great. I wish Costco got Yellow Label in general, actually. They do have really reasonably priced Basil Hayden, though. Whiskey on the more expensive side that I think tastes terrible. I don't like scotch. So, yeah, really expensive scotches. Most of them I don't like. I have had some I do like, though. Like, I don't like Johnny Walker, at least Red Label, which I wouldn't consider on the expensive side, but bars charge more for it just because they can. I did have some Double Black, which was a gift from Jianhua when I went to New York 2 years ago. And that was all right. That was pretty good. I was mixing with Coca-Cola, though, so I don't remember the exact flavor. Let's see, more on the expensive side. I think bars massively overcharge for Woodford. Bars also massively overcharge for Elijah Craig. They're good whiskeys, but for the price, they're not worth it in most cases. Unless they don't have Four Roses Yellow Label. I think Buffalo Trace is often like an overcharge as well. Um, I had some Pappy Van Winkle like a couple months ago when I got home and the power was out or whatever, and it was good. I don't know if it's worth the cost though, but they were having a sale at the bar I was at. It's like, hey, it's happy hour. The Pappy Van Winkle is half off. So I was like, all right, let me try the Pappy. So it was a $40 shot knocked down to like 22, 23. So it was worth it to try it. Yeah, if you've ever seen the movie The Internship with Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson, Pappy Van Winkle is like a meme in that film, right? They buy a bottle or whatever of Pappy for the table at the restaurant, and the guy that they're bringing out is like, "Ooh, that's some expensive stuff," right? It's a fun movie, you know. It's not going to win awards, but it's good to see. It was nice to see Owen and Vince back together in a film, right? Like Wedding Crashers style, you know. All right, so do we want to do the overview page yet? Social Network and The Big Short. Big Short's amazing. Social Network's a great film. Yeah. Um, I don't know. They're good. Sure. I think the biggest thing about Social Network that is endearing is the fact that it was a like Nine Inch Nails, like Trent Reznor, like soundtrack. The fact that he like that was the first movie I remember him doing like the full soundtrack for, and he fucking nailed it. There's this joke I've always like wanted to do since that movie came out, basically, where it's like I kind of want to make a TV show about software developers. It's we're probably losing that time frame for it to be relevant, but whatever. I've still had this idea for like what a show could have, but then like basically a lot of like TV shows are an overarching plot and then like little bits of like vignettes sprinkled in to fill the time. One of those vignettes would be the two main characters chatting, talking, right? And one of them's basically like, man, you know, I'd love to just leave the corporate grind and like, you know, do a startup, right? Like, man, did you see the social network? Ah, it'd be so cool to do the Zuckerberg thing and, you know, make a Facebook and become a billionaire. And then the other character's like, yeah, I don't know about that, right? Like, is it worth it? Other guy's like, dude's a billionaire. Like, how could it not be worth it? And then the other guy's like, yeah, but he was played by Jesse Eisenberg in a movie. And the other guy's like, oh, yeah, good point. Because who wouldn't enjoy roasting Jesse Eisenberg just a little bit? All right. So yeah, this page right here is just empty. But he was in Now You See Me too. So number one, that movie should have been called Now You Don't. And number two, the funny part is it's called Now You See Me, but who actually watched it? Like we watched the first one. Who actually watched the second one? So the irony is it's a film called Now You See Me Too that nobody saw. Boom, roasted. But it really, really should have been Now You Don't. Like, come on. Who's the Hollywood exec that turned that down because he didn't think viewers would get it? I really hope that person lost their job. I really hope that person isn't making films anymore. Like as a producer, as an executive. Yeah, number 3 would be, did anyone see this? Is anyone seeing this? Yeah, there you go. That would be for number 3. Now you see me, now you don't. Is anyone seeing this? But roasted. Maybe. Yeah, I heard there's like a good Tom Green documentary. I wouldn't mind watching that. I'm actually a big fan of Tom Green. Not necessarily his comedy, but the fact that he was just some nobody with a weird sense of humor. He's a pretty decent skater. And he ended up like blowing up and making it big, and he's probably just set for life at this point. Because he doesn't strike me as a stupid person that would have like wasted their money. I know that's like the character he plays on TV, but he doesn't actually strike me as a stupid person. I would have really loved to see him do like a proper, like cool dramatic arc, right? Like just do the, shit. Oh, what's the guy's name? He played Brody in Mallrats. Jason something. Jason Lee. Right? Jason Lee? Yeah. Yeah, Jason Lee. I don't know if you know, he created the 360 flip. 100%. He's the inventor of the 360 flip. The tray flip, if you will. Boom. Oh, no. I guess Rodney Mullen invented it. But, okay. So I had that slightly off. Rodney Mullen invented the 360 flip. Jason Lee made it popular, right? He actually had way better style with it. So, yeah, even Rodney Mullen is like, oh, Jason Lee? Nah, that's his trick now. And dude, Mallrats was his first role? Dude, he's so good. He's so good. Yeah, he's a fantastic actor. But really, like, you know, he did a whole bunch of like bullshit movies, right? I don't even remember his character. Oh no, I remember his character in Cop Out, right? He did a bunch of like bullshit movies, and then just nailed it by being in like actual serious films like Vanilla Sky and Almost Famous, and like, yeah, his dramatic acting like turn from just being a comedy guy, it's so fucking good. Yeah, Jason Lee, awesome. I'm surprised he hasn't done anything recently, but he also strikes me as someone who is smart enough to realize he's got enough money, he doesn't need to do anything, and he can just chill and enjoy his life, right? You don't have to keep grinding until you're 90. He also strikes me as someone who has massively invested into like skateboarding brands, etc., and probably made a killing from that stuff too. But anyway, I digress. Do we actually want to build out this homepage? This homepage is going to involve a lot more like design work than I was hoping for. Like, we have to do it eventually. However, we do need to start thinking about what settings means, right? Like user settings and settings in general. User settings is going to be easier. That's just configure like an icon. Or configure your email address or blah, 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 right? Display name. I don't know what else you'd actually want to configure. I think the business settings page this is something I only want to show for admins. Which means, are we encoding user permissions properly in a way that we have access to that here on the front end? We check for it in the back end for like checking user permissions, but we're not actually surfacing permissions into the front end. And that will eventually involve like going into settings and setting permissions for other users and all that stuff. So yeah, we knocked out some of the easy technical stuff. Now we need to go back into like brainstorming mode. I like the idea of stewing on what our business settings stuff would look like. It will involve managing API keys and some other permissions. But I don't necessarily want to focus on building that out and making those decisions yet. So instead, I think a user settings page actually makes a lot of sense. Let's go make sure we have that working, right? If I click it, 404 not found, yeah, page is not there. I'm okay with that URL for now. We'll just call it /user settings. We could even bring in Boehringer avatars. I kind of want to start like dog fooding Boehringer avatars more. So yeah, we're in brainstorming mode at the moment. That means, yeah, we definitely pour another beverage. And yeah, how do you all feel about this? Like, let's think about user settings first. Then we'll start thinking about business settings. And then eventually we got to refactor pretty much everything to deal with the idea of sandbox or not. And that part I find a little more interesting. Like the sandbox environment thing is absolutely necessary. Like the exact same way that Stripe does it, right? So Stripe, you have a test API key and a real API key. Same thing. Like, just think about Stripe, exactly that. Yeah, for sure. Like, even though we're not dealing with real money, we want people to do dev against our system in a way that doesn't affect production. Yeah, and like the sandboxing thing, yes, I have put it off. In the future, I should probably build out sandboxing from the start. And we used to have the concept of it, and I abandoned it halfway through our pivot. So because of that, there is some trickiness. Let me get another album going, though. So we just heard that one. Oh, let's do this one. Yeah. Ooh, and I discovered something yesterday. So I got my third character to the end game in PoE 2. My first one, I didn't do much of like any of the mapping stuff or any of that. So then like my second one, I did like the like end game mapping stuff. With my third one, I didn't realize that I was going to be able to reuse all, like it's the same map for your account. So you're not starting from scratch. Like you can pick like which character you want to take to a specific map or something, right? And they all like share the same like ascendancy leveling, or not ascendancy, sorry, Atlas leveling. So how you improve your map and how you do your Atlas stuff is actually an account level thing, which is, I think, really smart. It means I didn't have to level up through like the level 1, level 2 like BS for maps. Instead, I just automatically got it when I got to endgame. It really does cut down on some of the grindiness. So yeah, I don't know. I'm really liking it. And my new build, like my warrior build for PoE 2, it is so much less stressful than my sorceress build. It's kind of crazy. Well, I get that abbreviated, and I just now actually understood how to pronounce your name. Yeah, Sepultura, man. So yeah, Coffee and Coding was there last night. Where yeah, my warrior, he just shouts like he just nonstop. It's all he does. His actual damage ability is yelling at people. So basically, he's auditioning to be the lead singer of Sepultura. It is PoE 2. Yeah. No, you're right, abbreviated. Oh, and you mean like the upcoming week or 2 or 3. Yeah. It is a game that could eat up your time. It's actually really nice to just jump in and out. I would point out that PoE 1 is free to play, so you can just try it, but yeah, then it can eat your time. PoE 2 will cost you $30 to get into the early access, and then eventually it'll go free to play. But yeah, I'm liking it. I can't wait till they actually release like the other characters and stuff. I'm the only person so far that got it. Yeah, no worries. No, I like the name. I think it's really well done. Yeah, it took me a second to get it, so, you know. But I do really like being able to pronounce someone's name correctly, so hell yeah. We're good to go. Now, hold on. Have you always had that as your name? Because you've been following for a while. Did you change it up? And you don't have to dead name yourself, so don't worry about that. But have you always had abbreviated as your name? Because I feel like I don't recognize it right now. Ah, okay. That makes more sense. Got it. And then you just abbreviated your name a bit to shorten it down. I get it. Okay, cool. I just wanted to double check. Thank you. All right, so yeah, we're going to go to user settings. So we're moving this up in the priority list. It was a whimsically made abbreviation. Ooh, nice. Learning how to write shorthand. Oh, okay, there you go. Like secretary style, like shorthand. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Look at the big brain on Chris. Yeah, damn right. You damn right. Oh, Alt F4 is still going. Oh, cool. I thought I saw him go offline earlier. Oh. So that's the interesting bit. Like he maybe turned off streamer mode or something? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, we saw like an influx of viewers earlier. And I was like, oh. And then I looked and checked out the Discord and saw that like, oh, it doesn't say streaming BS. All right, cool. I figured he had went offline and that was the influx earlier. And then, yes, I noticed that numbers started going down again, which is weird. Ooh, you know what? Whimsixel. I do sometimes like I can guess that a little bit. There are other like big streams that I just don't overlap with at all though, so it doesn't even matter. I mean, I just figured I'd throw that out there. That's all you. Have fun. Use it or don't. I don't mind. But yeah, I think I nailed it with that abbreviation right there, didn't I? But yeah, no, there are certain streams where my audience overlaps with theirs a heavy bit. And yeah, I think Glasses is one of them, right? Even if he doesn't raid here, we will see a massive like bump up to our numbers. Because I think Glasses and I, like, we're friends, but also we have like a similar vibe. I definitely drink more whiskey. But yeah, like our communities overlap quite a bit. And then there's like streamers like Primogen or Theo, where I don't actually see much of a dip when they're live. Because I think they have diverged a bit. And it's a lot harder to chat in those channels because there's so many people there. Whereas here, I make a big effort to keep it chatty. But also it's not as many people, so it's easier to do so. To me, the interaction is key. I see everything. I don't see everything. I have missed stuff, especially when we get more people than are here now. It does happen. The fact that I do see it and just don't respond sometimes and then remember later to chat back again about it, I think is a thing that would be really hard to do if there was a lot of people, right? If we had 1,000 viewers, it'd be really hard to do that, right? But yeah, my favorite part of streaming is the interaction. I get to be social without leaving the house. Do you realize how valuable that is to me? I just don't even have to leave the house anymore. Ooh, an AI CM Griffing that just calls people out for their bullshit. There you go. I think we could do it. We could train an LLM. We can make it happen. Right? Instead of just Nightbot saying no X versus Y, you get like CM Griffing bot in my own like like author voice just roasting someone. I could see that. That'd be kind of fun. By that point, I would need to have like a special filter for chat. Ooh. Good call, coffee encoding. That was a great idea. No, that was a great idea. What I'm getting at is no, instead, like, it's maybe just a chat bot, like text bot. But what it would do is, as it responds directly to someone, I realize that I could just have a filtered chat in which, yeah, if my AI bot is responding to someone, I probably don't need to acknowledge them. So I can have like a filtered chat of people that are actually worth talking to. That would be a really nice streamer tool, actually. Right? Like, hey, did your chat bot recognize that someone's asking the same question for the 1,000th time? Maybe just don't show that to your filtered chat. Oh, it would be actually pretty easy. Once you establish the bot just simply gives you the message ID and it filters away. Like, boom, problem solved. Like, that would actually be pretty easy. I could just have like, right? Like there's the main stream chat that Twitch does. I would have my like filtered stream chat. And then it's just only the people that are worth talking to. That could be good. I don't know. Ooh, that's not a bad idea, JSGX. Right? Like if someone asks a question that's been asked before, the AI bot clips it, and from the clips, it knows like how to respond to someone else and just gives them the clip link. And then also my filtered chat no longer needs to respond to that message. Right? What font is this? Sure, like I'm still manually doing like the font BS, and I could have like specific keyword triggers, but something that understands a chat message better would be really cool. I like this. Yeah, this is a fun chat. Thank you all. But yeah, so we're going to do the user settings page. We're going to start brainstorming and hacking it out a bit for that. All right, let me double check. Get diff. No, not diff. Get status. And man, yeah, I think I need to hydrogen peroxide my ear. It's been getting like itchier than it should be. Like not necessarily like full on infection, but there's something going on in there. Yeah, this is a good album. Yeah, I really like this artist. Auto Reverse. They're super good. Okay, so we go look at the pages that we have scaffolded. We don't even have a user settings page. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is a good one. This same artist has a bunch of really good stuff. So, yeah, check out pretty much everything they've made. Totally worth it. And this is probably one of those, like, buy it for $1. Whatever. You know, like, yeah, can you, like, own an awesome album for just $1? That sounds amazing. Why wouldn't you do that? All right, so we got a user settings page. Export. If I can type. We'll just call that good. Sure. We need to add it to our routing. All right. So we have the user settings page. I don't like that size isn't inferred to be a number. But okay. What up, Josh? How you doing? Hold on. Let me do one thing. Just wanted to check with the rest of the crew over in the gaming group we got for Saturday nights. Just making sure they all want to play some Pal World again tonight because, man, yeah, the new expansion for Pal World, I know I say new, it's like a month ago, but it's really good. They did a great job. Right? New pals, changed some mechanics, added a whole bunch of new items and things like that. Like, man, a lot of like quality of life improvements. Here's a fun thing from at like the hot pot restaurant yesterday. I was like, hey, can I get a bourbon? And they're like, we don't have a full bar. I was like, well, you got whiskey, don't you? And they ended up charging me like the full price of what a Manhattan, or not Manhattan, old fashioned would have been or some bullshit, right? Cool. But I didn't understand what the dude was saying when he was like, yeah, so you just want a shot? Okay, yeah, sure. And then he said something that I didn't understand. I was like, yeah, sounds good. Go for it. It turns out he was asking if we wanted a round for the table. There were 4 of us. One doesn't drink, the other doesn't drink whiskey. And my friend, who was feeling under the weather, does drink whiskey, but they drink good whiskey. So they basically had 1 and nursed it, and I had 3 to myself. Which was actually nice, because they didn't have to come back and ask me what I wanted to drink. We were good to go. But yeah, I didn't understand what the dude was saying. I don't know, maybe his accent or something, or it was too loud. Like, he said something, I was like, yeah, sounds good. I made a mistake. So yeah, when bill time came, I made sure they pulled the whiskey off and charged me only for it. Because it was an expensive meal. I don't think it was actually worth the cost, as far as hot pot goes. So they're making a killing. It was delicious, but yeah, if you ate there every day, you'd be broke. And it's something you could easily do at home. Like, the broth wasn't even that good. The noodles were meh. Like, it was all right. I bet there are better hot pots. I don't know for sure, though. The fact that we each had our own bowl, though, that was kind of nice. as someone was mentioning here on stream yesterday, an all-you-can-eat hot pot would be a good deal, in my opinion. I could make an all-you-can-eat hot pot be a thing. I could do that. And then the price would have been justified because I would have gotten my money's worth. But okay, so yeah, we get user settings here. What do we even have on like the user model? We're gonna end up having a form, yeah. Password is not going to be a thing. We'll just... Now we'll just say name. Let's go look at our model. What does the user actually have on it based upon types? And yeah, how you doing, Naranek? So yeah, name, email... So what I might want to do for right now, we might only just have name. And I'd be okay with just name, I think. I think I would actually be okay with just a name. What's in a name? Would an account by any other name still request the same permissions? I don't know. I couldn't think of a better like reference for that. The answer is yes. Yeah, I think name is the only thing we do here for now. Just having the page is worth more than not having the page. Right, so then we get that save button. We want to handle this as a form thing, so on submit, not quite what we wanted here. Yeah, we want to prevent default. Mo Ombly over on YouTube, you ask, can I do a video on developing an LLM for record matching, specifically on name and address info? Nah, I'm sorry. That doesn't sound interesting to me. I also question the motive. But yeah, sorry, not a thing I do. And that's fine. I still just question the motive. A lot of people get shady asks from the job they have. It's up to us as developers to be ethical. I don't know. It sounded shady at first. My bad for assuming. I get it. But no, I just don't do LLM content in general. Sorry. There are other streamers, other creators that really do have a better niche for that. No, and it's fine, Mo. Like, if you're welcome to chill and hang out, you're more than welcome to, but it does seem a bit like a drive-by. If you're willing to hang out and just enjoy co-working together while you do some stuff, and I just end up being like a podcast, but maybe a little more boring. Right? You don't get the music. Like, you see me bobbing my head. Put on your own music and just pretend I'm bobbing to it. Yeah, no, it's just not the content I make, and I would be curious about what about my stream and content in general made it seem like that was relevant. I'm not casting blame, I'm legitimately curious. What made you think that's something that I would make a video about? I get it. Okay, so nothing about what I do made it seem relevant. You're just asking any old person you find. I'll just be the first to let you know that's not a good approach. Like, that's not a good approach. You will have very, very bad results following a pattern like that. I'm sorry. Like, what you should actually figure out is your ability to assess what a good source of information for a specific topic is. That's the skill you need to build right now. Or you can continue to just be lazy about it. That's up to you. And I mean lazy in like an endearing way, right? Good developers are lazy, but there's a fine line. I would encourage you to understand where that line is. If you continue to just ask every single streamer you see, you're going to waste a lot of your own time too. All right, so what is the endpoint we need to hit from this form, right? We're doing the prevent default. The endpoint we care about is over here in users and then update. And we don't even have a description for this. So what is our summary? Update user details. So Gavin Rector, that is, what is it? Gavin's Terrible Stream or something like that? Gavin's, I'm sorry for forgetting the full title. It's Gavin's Awful Stream. Is that Gavin? Yeah, that is Gavin. All right, I wanted to make sure, just double checking. Yeah, thanks for lurking over on the YouTube. Yeah, no worries. If you want to keep the lurk over on the YouTube, that helps me out. Totally up to you, though. I'm trying to hit that 4,000 watch hours, man. It's tough. We were up at 3,800. We're back down at like 3,600 now. Just because I haven't published an actual video in over a year. And actual videos, while not like the main source of my public watch hours on YouTube, they pad the numbers in a way that live streaming just doesn't work. It's in the last year, which is why like some numbers end up falling off, like how I was at 3,800 and how it's dipped to 3,650-ish at the moment, because they look at only the last year. The goal is I should actually be making proper video content on a regular basis instead of taking an entire year off. That's on me. Don't actually know what this API endpoint's route actually is. It's just a patch endpoint at users, user ID. I mean, no, don't stress out about like watching here versus YouTube. I get it. Like, the only difference for people who are regulars on my Twitch stream, right? For people on YouTube, that's like 60 people at the moment. The only difference is if you don't like the music I'm playing, you can play your own music, and on YouTube, you don't hear the music. So you got that option, right? If you want to listen to your own stuff, like if you want to listen to some just metal, right? Like some Cannibal Corpse or something, go for it, man. I don't mind. YouTube is the proper place to throw on whatever music you want. You still got me chatting and chilling, and we're co-working and doing all that. I recognize that the majority of people here on stream on Twitch are here for the music. More so than me. I get it, obviously. Hence the lower numbers over on YouTube. It's fine. I totally understand. I basically have the best synthwave playlist on Twitch. Anyone want to challenge that? I didn't think so. Ooh, Gavin. So then when I'm yelling at people, it automatically turns into some like Pantera or Cannibal Corpse or something, right? When I'm calling out some troll, boom! Are you talking to me? Like, yeah, exactly. Walk. Yeah, for sure. All right. I get it. Yeah, yeah. When I start roasting a troll, right? The YouTube Autobot, no pun intended, throws out some Pantera. That actually sounds pretty right to me. I like it. I'm into it. Man, yeah, Gavin, go for it. That sounds like a fun bot at that point. Right? Use sentiment analysis and like tone analysis and figure out the proper song to play. I would love to see the playlist of an analysis of my own streams on a regular basis. Like, it'd be a more fun way of like shouting out the moments where I'm being a jerk. Oh shit, how much metal played during my stream? All right, I should chill out. I should chill out. Hold on, let me check one thing real quick. All right, so basically, abbreviated, you asked like 4,000 hours in, how long? I'm actually curious now, achievement-wise, how close am I to the million? All right, we're only at 674,000 watch hours on Twitch. So I get it. Yeah, like some people like Theo and Prime, like they hit like 1,000,000 watch hours a month or some shit. It's fine. All right, comparison is the thief of joy. But you'll never grow unless you compare yourself to people better than you. So there's a fine line there. But the fact that I'm at 674, basically 675,000 watch hours here on Twitch. It's still crazy. Yes, exactly abbreviated. I could be sad about that number not being as high as other people, but I could also just recognize that, hold on, 675,000 divided by, and here we go, 365 times 24. People have collectively watched me for 77 years. That's fucking cool, man. I mean, better, different, you know. I would simply say they are both more entertaining. They optimize for the entertainment factor more than I try to. I don't think that's even worth challenging. That's absolutely true. I'm just going for a different vibe. That's all. $77 years worth of watch hours over the course of 6 years of streaming. 6.5, technically. I'll take it. Hell yeah, I'll take it. So yeah, thank you all for being here. Let me just point that out. I don't know if I thank you enough. I hope Prime doesn't get offended by me sharing this, but he has specifically said if he was still streaming to like 40 to 60 people, he'd have given up by now. That's his prerogative. I get it. I think it massively devalues how much 50 to 60 people watching you hang out and drink whiskey or just hang out and be yourself is actually valuable. So can I just point out that, yeah, if Prime doesn't see his numbers continuously grow in some way, he'll burn out anyway, because growth is actually the thing he's caring about. Not what he gets from it, you know? And number always goes up is not actually a thing all the time. So yeah, I hope he doesn't burn out. As long as he's making money off it and he can support his family with it, he'll probably continue to do so. My bet is that if he stays stagnant at the number he's at right now, he's still not going to feel satisfied. Because number always goes up is really hard to base satisfaction on. Maybe, and yeah, like, there is a thing to that. As far as getting partner goes, Twitch will look at that stuff. Beyond that, they stop looking. So yeah, Melky failed his first application for partner because he had a really, like, damn right, yes. So Steel Toad, Melky had the same problem. When he first applied for partner, his numbers were good, but it turns out he had a fan that really likes Melky that was actually botting for him, and it prevented him from getting partner his first try. And yeah, like, I haven't spoken to Melky about that, but again, like, if you need that number to keep going up to feel good about yourself, that's a really, really tough situation to be in. And it's just, you're gonna burn out. It's just going to happen. You got to stream because you like streaming. Now, keep in mind, I do get sad when I see the number go down. I'm only human. But I think about, man, people would kill for 52 viewers in their stream. Maybe not literally kill, but holy shit, like, that's their dream, especially in gaming where it's really hard to do so. So yeah. At the end of the day, you have to be appreciative and set, like, realistic goals. and endless growth is unsustainable. I mean, I understand that X factor, but really, really do try and empathize with the idea of, if the number doesn't go up, are you actually doing a good job? Right? It means that new people are coming in and old people are fading out. Because he's absolutely getting new viewers from all of his other content, but his viewership number is not increasing in the same way. So he's actually like churning. That churn number will eat away at a person. Now, granted, I churn because I'm an asshole sometimes. So I get that. That makes sense. But Prime, who's playing a character on his stream, right? That's very different. That is very different. Like, Prime is not even being himself on stream. Like, how much time would you want to put into being a character when you're not actually realizing value from it? Because, I don't know about you, I've met Prime in person. He's not the character he plays. He is not. He is not. Yeah, that was a reference. You get it. Prime's a really cool, actually kind of mellow dude. Right? Having to keep up a character and not realizing value and sitting at like a plateau because something about the character is not increasing your viewership. Like, man, that would be a bummer. At the same time, yeah, something about my character is not increasing my viewership, but that's kind of just me. At least I don't have to play a character. I can just be me. I actually really like that. I love the fact that y'all are okay with it too. I couldn't imagine playing a character for 2,000 plus hours a year. I do enough of that as a job, right? Because we all play a character at our jobs, right? I love the fact that basically at my job right now, I don't have to play that much of a character. But we all do play a character as our job, right? Whatever job you work, you're playing a character. You're not being your full, whole self at work, right? Wait, Tilapia, are you saying this is my job? Dude, this pays $500 a month. This is not my job. No. You're saying streaming is the Primogen's job, and I get that. Yeah. The fact that he's doing this. Yeah, okay, so Primes. Yes, exactly. This is his now 2,000 hour a year job because he's no longer working at Netflix. And I think that was an important thing because he was playing a character on the job and then playing a character on stream, and that shit just doesn't work. It's just good that you don't have to resolve my technical issues, so it's great. What technical issues are you trying to roast me about at the moment there, Mob Farmer? It does sound like that was a dig. It does feel a little bit like that was a dig. K. Martinez. I would love to know more about that. And yeah, Mob, like, I'd love to know more about that. You've been following long enough that I assume you're not trolling me. Okay, no, and I get that. I totally get that. That makes sense. Thank you, Mob. Yeah, I did have to check. I'm only human. And you've been here long enough that, yeah, I didn't assume that was a dig. I did want to understand it more, though. So yeah, as a system admin having to resolve application issues, it's not your job. That's their job. And they're looking for anyone else to do their job for them at that point, right? That's not ideal. So I get that. I totally get that. I totally get that. And K Martinez, like, I'm also curious. I don't think I dismissed you. I don't remember the conversation exactly, though. So please refresh us. I appreciate the apology. Like, we're at a good moment. I think I'm already at the point where, like, dude, yeah, this BS page that we made and the major work we did earlier resolved, right? We got a little bit we want to, like, stew on and think about, and our next step is not just, like, user settings, which is very minimal here, but we need to get into, like, business settings. And no, I get that, K Martinez. Again, the word dismissed is not something I was dwelling on. Like, yeah, there's only so much we can remember at a given moment. I like to think I have a good memory, but I don't remember that specifically. So yes, not dismissed, but I mean, we can't remember everything. So yes, I apologize if it feels like it was dismissed, because I don't think it was. I really don't think I dismissed it. But oh, hold on. Let me allow it real quick. Sorry, it got filtered. Mischosen words. You think you called him and his character a douche, but it never sits well with you to be negative about someone, especially when it's ungrounded. No, and I get that. I fully get that. No, that is a really good apology. Prime is playing a character. He is a jerk about things, and it's a reason why I can't watch his stream for a long period of time. Right? The character he's playing is really like drumming up X versus Y BS. Like, oh, X language sucks, Y language is better, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think he knows he does that for the numbers. He may actually have some of those opinions, but he's not as, like, behind them as he needs to be, or as he makes it seem. Case in point, I remember 3 years ago now, maybe 4 years ago now, at one point on his stream, he was saying, well, yeah, now I need to install Android Studio and do a bunch of Kotlin just because it's something I gotta do. I might even have to dig into Java. Whatever, it's my job. Like, he was actually so more, like, nuanced and a human being about it in that moment. When instead, like, do we think the character he plays on stream would admit to anything like that anymore? Hell no. Hell no. Prime as a person is a dude that just wants to get shit done. Prime as the character on his stream really does emphasize X versus Y stuff in a way that I don't think is actually productive, but it does get him an audience. And he knows that. I would welcome a conversation with him about this, but I think he would just simply say, like, yeah, good call. Good description. But again, he could correct me. I might be wrong. Maybe his stream character is actually who he is and everything else is him playing a character. I don't know. But in my interactions with him in person, he is not the character he plays. He just isn't. He's actually, like, a pretty chill dude. That's, like, the main point I wanted to make. Let me get more music going. We did pop out a couple albums. Let me put on something that's not those albums while I go pee. BRB. See you in a second. And we are back. So Mob Farmer, I can just look. You've been following since June 12th, 2020. Which means basically you put up with at least some of my worst moments, and you're still here, which is cool. All right, so hold on real quick. Exactly. It didn't warrant insults. Yep. He's a really cool dude. Dude, no. K. Martinez. Never feel bad about not subbing. Please. Never feel bad about that. Any streamer that would make you feel bad about that. Ugh. Only thing I care about is a follow, because it's a good way of identifying if someone actually wants to be here. Right? When I'm getting roasted by someone that doesn't even follow me, yeah, I'm going to judge them for that. When someone is critical, but they've been here for a while, I actually do listen. Does it mean I'll listen in the moment? No, because I'm a human. I get defensive. But I do listen, right? Even the people that do their, farewell, like, Chris, you're just such a jerk. I can't hang around you anymore. In the moment, fuck off. But later I recognized there is a truth to that. I can still recognize that they are, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So those kind of people that are so reactionary, their comments are something that resonate with me. The way they go about it is something that doesn't. And you know what? Yeah, they can go for it. It's fine. I don't want to keep someone here that doesn't want to be here. So yeah, I get it. But you don't have to announce it, right? It's like that episode of Rick and Morty, right? Like, I am leaving. Okay, that was always allowed. You don't have to announce it. My streams are so laden with wisdom. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Nah, man, I'm just a dude who rants sometimes. I wouldn't call it wisdom. If you rant enough, some of the rants will actually be accurate. That's just statistics. Right? That's fortune cookie wisdom. You give out enough fortune cookies, or you open enough fortune cookies, at least one of them is going to be accurate. You open enough fortune cookies and one is going to be relevant, So yeah, I wouldn't say what I have is wisdom. It's fortune cookie wisdom. Whether it applies or not, that's up to you in the moment. And that's just me self-deprecating, as you should let me do. Oh, so Mob Farmer, technically, paint splatters will create valid Perl programs. Did you know that? 93% of paint splatters are valid Perl programs. So I think you could just do it with one monkey hucking feces, and you're good. You could do it with just a single monkey just hucking feces, and you could write Perl programs. Right? Is it possible to smear paint on a wall without creating a valid Perl program? And again, Jake Archibald is at the center of a really good fucking meme. Yeah, Jake Archibald doesn't get nearly enough hype as he deserves. How is this dude not like rockstar famous? Like fucking the Redux guy. You know who I'm talking about. Gearon or whatever. What's the name of the Redux guy? Come on. Gearon or Gairon, or I don't know how to pronounce his like actual handle on GitHub. You know who I mean. He works at Blue Sky now. Redux guy. Obviously, he's not that famous if I can't remember his name, but that's just brain fart. That's just brain fart. Y'all know who I mean. Anyway, Redux guy is super fucking famous. Why is Jake Archibald not nearly as famous? He actually has his place in like the Hall of Fame for like memes at this point. Dan Abramov, thank you, Restarted. Dude, total brain fart. The fact that I remembered his Twitter handle instead. But okay, so K Martina is not trying to smear me. Ooh, there you go. With too many compliments, but my experience, success, and cumulative mistakes that helped me get there provide just enough of those fortune cookies to make the rants worth it. I really do appreciate that. I would push back on the success part. Cumulative mistakes? Oh, absolutely. That's how I know anything. So yeah, I would only push back on the success part of that statement. What success? I don't know, man. Again, don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Yeah, sorry. If you haven't seen the movie Talladega Nights, you don't know the reference I'm making there. Basically, Ricky Bobby has a statement in which he's like, I hope you have beautiful baby boys, right? And, like, and they are successful, they're happy, and blah, blah, and they are taken from you. Right? And the one dude's like, don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I don't care. Oh, he needs to know. He needs to know. Get up out of that bed. You're not. Oh, come on. Don't you put that on me. Like, dude, it's such a good bit. And I'm messing up the quotes a little bit, but oh my God. Yeah. Right? The part where he's just like, don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I do overuse that quote, and I think it's fantastic. Success just streaming and people wanting to watch me stream. I consider that a success. So if that's the success you meant, fuck yeah. I'll take it. I consider my entire decision to start streaming a massive success. The job I have now is because of it. Whether I continue to keep this job, well, I mean, people seem stoked, so I think I'm good for at least another little bit. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. But I do consider, the stream is a success in every single way I want to measure it. Could it be more successful? Maybe. But to wish for more is human, but also a path to sadness. There you go. Yeah. And I get better at what I do every single time, right? You guys see me make mistakes, and I'm okay with those mistakes. I'm hesitating to make this reference, but I think it's necessary. So again, this is not against Thor. This is not against Pirate Software, but there is a little bit of nuance to that statement. There are streamers who do most of their work off stream, and you only see their successes. And it really paints like an idealistic view of what they do and their capabilities. Whereas y'all see me struggle. And sometimes I'm a jerk during that struggle. In the same way that, like, Pirate Software, he'll deny it, but he is absolutely looking up guides for, like, things he does on stream. The only problem with that is the fact that he denies it. Just be honest, right? Be forthright. I equate people doing work off stream and then showing only the success to the same thing as, like, Pirate Software solving these puzzles that took other people weeks to solve, but he magically just figured it out. Come on, man. Just be honest. No one's gonna, like, think you're not good enough just because you don't know something. Like, dude, just be honest. It's okay to not be perfect, man. That's the, like, from any of, like, the pushback and weird drama and bullshit around Pirate Software, it's simply the things where he's, like, not even, like, willing to let people think he's human. He's got to be some superhuman that solves these puzzles without any help, obviously. Meanwhile, we can look at his build in PoE 2. He looked that shit up, okay? Nobody just happens into the perfect witch build using, like, the fire and the skulls thing, right? Like, come on, man. Just admit to it. Be a human being about it. Just be a human being. A real human being. All he has to do is be a real human being, and none of that drama would have been a problem. But instead, he has this thing where he has to be the expert every single time, every single moment. And that persona is unsustainable. It really is. Like, it's totally unsustainable. You got a friend that does the same thing, X Factor. Like, dude, yeah, like, I don't care about the drama behind Pirate Software and, like, the blaming people and running away and all that. But the thing that's been surfaced since then is that he's not willing to, like, admit to looking up guides for things. He does it because it makes a more entertaining stream. You know what makes a less entertaining stream? Knowing that someone's lying to you. Yeah, coffee and coding. I got the teleprompter. I see you. I see your comment, and I look right at you while I do it. I believe that is somewhat unique to this stream. How many other streamers actually, like, look directly at you while they're reading your message? Is it off-putting? I get it. I can see how it's off-putting. I'll admit to it. It's fine. I think it's cool. I feel like it connects us a little more. It's kind of jarring. Is it only jarring because I'm the only one that does it? Or eventually, do you get used to it and you realize that other streams are just less personal at that point? You're not good with eye contact. I get that. You can practice. We can practice. You're staring right back at me, into my soul. Oh, shit. Yeah, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Like, was that a Descartes? Hold on. Who actually said that quote? Who said that? Is that really a Bible verse? No way. No way. That's not a Bible. Oh, it is? Eye is the lamp of the body? It's a stretch. Who said it? I guess it's not Descartes. I was putting Descartes before Dehorse. Most frequently attributed to William Shakespeare. Yeah, it's steel toed. I'm okay with that. Kevin Naughton's like, oh, laughing out loud, but also silently booing. I get it. Yeah, for sure. Come on, that's a good joke. I didn't even make that one up. I'd love to claim that one. No, that was a joke. That was something I heard someone else say, but it was a perfect moment for it. All right? So come on, man. Come on. Eyes are the window to the soul. Yeah, I don't know the reference. I get that X Factor. I don't know, man. Like, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I can't imagine someone else trying to claim credit for a quote like that anyway. Like, come on, man. But yeah, no, you're right. I get it. I think that is a level of authenticity I try to hit that very few people actually care about, right? Like, does the TikTok generation care? I don't know. They're not here right now. Like, is any single person here representing themselves as part of the TikTok generation? I don't think so. So yeah, this is all boomer humor anyway. Fuck it. Fuck it. All right, we don't gotta cater to that shit anyway. All right, nailed it. Good job, team. There you go, Tic Tacs. Well, here's the thing. There's like the Tic Tacs to freshen your breath, and then there's the orange ones that you eat like 20 at a time. Nobody's eating the orange Tic Tacs to freshen their breath. Who here has ever had a container of orange Tic Tacs that lasted longer than 30 minutes? It just doesn't happen. I'm sorry. Like, no. Yeah. The orange Tic Tacs were not to freshen your breath. They're just candy. Like, come on, man. I've never had a container of orange Tic Tacs last longer than 30 minutes. You end up prying the entire fucking lid off and just pouring the whole thing in. Yeah, right? So, yeah, I want to, like, just push back a little bit. Not all Tic Tacs are meant to freshen your breath. Some of them are just candy. The cinnamon spicy ones. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, touche. I actually got called out at one point, and I also called someone else out at one point in junior high, where I used to get like the cinnamon, like Trident gum, and then I accidentally bought like the strawberry kind, which was delicious. And then in school, all of a sudden, smells like strawberry something or other Trident. And someone looked at me like I was insane. How'd you know that? I don't know. Sorry, my bad. Junior high Chris was fucking weird. Only marginally less weird than modern day Chris. Right? Like the Venn diagram is basically a circle. Martin Day Chris and like weird Chris. Yeah, for sure. Basically the same person. Yeah. That dude absolutely knows the smell of certain Trident flavors. Look at that smirk. Come on. That dude? Oh, man. Don't trust that dude with a bag of Funyuns. They're gone. Right? It's like Schrodinger's Funyuns. That dude? Well, yes, he ate all the Funyuns, but you don't know until you open the bag. You don't know until you look in the bag. They're not just Funyuns, they're Schrodinger's Funyuns, right? That dude ate too many Funyuns and Jolt Cola in one sitting and messed up his guts for 20 years. I'm still dealing with it. He ate too many Funyuns, too much Jolt Cola, and then actually beat the game of Rampage 64 in one night with like a bunch of his friends at a sleepover. Yeah, don't trust that dude. I wouldn't recommend it. Those were the days. Oh my god. Yeah, so good. That same birthday party, we rented a film we thought was American Werewolf in Paris. We actually got American Werewolf in London, and it starts with Blue Moon, I saw you, da, 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 da. And we were like, what the fuck are we watching? And we returned that shit. Even though it's actually like a pinnacle of like modern horror, like horror comedy. The fact that American Werewolf in London starts out with that Blue Moon song, we knew we were in the wrong place. Wait, Jolt is coming back? Smiles in gastrointestinal distress. Oh, my guts are upset about it, but my face is really happy. All right, good to know. Okay, touche. Tomorrow is Jolt Cola Day, when Jolt Cola makes its return. And to my intestines, it is the Holocaust. That was a bad adaptation, but who knows the album I was referencing, right? Who knows the band at the bare minimum? I woke up from sleep and realized and heard the cries of my brethren, the carrots. Because for tomorrow is harvest day, and to them it is the Holocaust. This dude is judging you for not knowing that reference. That should be like the only hint I need to give. If you don't get that reference, you have homework. All right, you know what? Hold on. We can play it. Because YouTube doesn't have to hear it, so we're not going to get copy striked or anything. So, yeah. All right. All right, hold on. So I can turn it up. Let the rabbits wear glasses. Yeah. If you're young, use the hair while you have it. Statistically, you will go bald. Just use the hair. That doesn't sound actually that crazy, Cotter. Like, there's a bunch of like metal bands that have originated from that area for sure. Metal is basically like the music of the opposition, right? It's like revolutionary. So yeah, no, that sounds about right to me. Sake Martinez, no, this is Tool. The track is called "Disgustipated." It's the final track on the album Undertow. Marilyn Manson's like secret tracks and some of that other stuff was like way grosser, right? I do remember being in like a summer camp and we put on some Marilyn Manson and put it in like into a boombox and put it in a bush and then just like lurked watching people like get weird about the bush, like saying that one song that's like way over the line. Like Freddie something or other. I don't know. I don't actually enjoy Marilyn Manson's music, but there was a song on some album that some kid in the summer camp was like, no, this will be good. We'll play it from a boombox in a bush and it'll freak people out. And it did. They weren't wrong. It's like Freddie, like fuck Freddie, or I don't know. I don't know the song. It's like a really gnarly song. But yes, we put that on a boombox in a bush. I'm really surprised that our like camp counselors or whatever allowed that to happen. But it was fucking hilarious to us. Frankie. It's like something Frankie. If you know enough about Marilyn Manson, you know the song I'm talking about. Not Freddie, Frankie. I don't know. Yeah, Marilyn Manson's not my cup of tea. But okay, so yeah, that song's basically done. We don't need 15 more minutes of Tool bullshit. All right, come on. It was worth it. That was good. We could put on whatever music we want. We're at 6:11 p.m., so it's we're pretty close to finishing up for the day because I want to go play some games with Algo Bro, Acorn, and Robotic Head. We haven't heard from Robotic Head yet. Is he around today? I hope so. All right, so little bit of trivia. The singer of this song, right, is Filter. Hey man, nice shot for people on YouTube. The singer of the band Filter is actually like the cousin or brother of the T-1000 from Terminator 2. So there's definitely something. If you want to make it big in music, you got to move to LA. Right? Because technically this dude and the dude from T-1000 Terminator 2, they're like from LA. If you want to make it in pop culture, mainstream, music and film and all that shit, you got to be in LA. It is really rare for anything outside of LA to make it, but the moment one band makes it, like half a dozen other bands also make it. Like look at like the Seattle grunge scene. All it took was one or two bands killing it, and then for like a decade, the Seattle grunge scene was like where record labels would look for other bands, you know? But you know what? You don't even need like a movement. You can just make it big in fucking LA, and you're good to go. Hence, like, Smashing Pumpkins. Smashing Pumpkins actually, like, dude, like, what's his name? I don't like Smashing Pumpkins, so I forget like the lead guys from Smashing Pumpkins. He moved from the Midwest and made it big, but he was actually in a band with the guy from Static X, you know? They were in a band together. And Billy Corgan, that's the name. Yeah, there we go. Billy Corgan moved out to LA and made it big, and then Static X just simply had to just be good, you know? Because they got big outside of LA. So if you're a musician that makes it big outside of LA, you've actually like made music at that point versus just being in the right place at the right time. Because, come on, is Smashing Pumpkins actually good? Or have we been brainwashed into thinking so? Yes, I'm outing myself as a Smashing Pumpkins hater. They've got two good songs. Cherub Rock and Butterfly... something with butterfly wings. That's it. Like, come on. That's it. We can disagree about Smashing Pumpkins, but holy shit. Like, what do you consider their good stuff besides those two songs? It's a good song. I love the message behind it. Wow, this playlist really wants to like go into some shit. This song's actually really good. I don't know if it's worth 7 minutes of listening, but yeah, we should figure out what we're doing. Let's wrap things up in a neat little bow. This song's actually really good. Shit. It's not my favorite Alice in Chains, but holy shit. Just wait. Let me paste it for YouTube, just because this song's just so good. I'm a little anti any song that Lane is not like the lead singer on. And this is one of those where Lane is not the main dude. Who's the other dude? Shit. Cantrell. Yeah, Jerry Cantrell. There we go. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. This song's actually, like, really good, though. Like, Jerry is such a good, like, backup vocalist. Like, oh my god, like, some of the songs in which he's just filling in are really good. He's a harmonizing god. Yes, exactly. Coffee and Coding. I didn't realize that you were into this era of music, man. Like, I had no idea. I thought you were a little more Zoomer than that. So my bad. His solo stuff's good. Yeah, no, I get that. I totally get that. I understand. Oh, yes. The Alice in Chains MTV Unplugged is my favorite version of Alice in Chains. Yeah. Like, that version of No Excuses is, in my opinion, the canonical version. That version of No Excuses is the absolute best version of No Excuses. I'll play it right after this song. Yes, I agree. Oh my god. Yeah. MTV Unplugged Alice in Chains is my favorite Alice in Chains. You can't generalize my music taste. I'm sorry there. Colbert or Colbert or however you want to pronounce it. Nah. I refuse to be categorized. I'm sorry. I like too much just disparate stuff. Nobody puts Sam Griffin in a corner. All right? I like too much stuff. I'm a bassist, so I love Primus, obviously. But I feel like, and keep in mind, like, don't judge yourself or anyone else by this, but I'm a human being and I like Pinback too. If I were to classify my music taste, it's this weird, like, triangle of Pinback, Primus, and Tool. And then there are obvious outliers that I'm still into. So, yeah, don't treat me as, like, only being that triangle. But if you find something that fits within that triangle, yeah, I'm definitely going to like it. Right? So when you think about, like, this triangle of, like, influence, yeah, Tool, Primus, and Pinback in whatever order you want. If something fits within what you would consider a mix of all those three things, I am definitely going to like it. Like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, there's no way. Pinback is fucking amazing. Are they actually San Diego based? I didn't know that. I had no idea they were a San Diego band. I just know it started from like two dudes just making music, and that's amazing. That's amazing. Like, dude, Pinback is so cool because it was just two dudes. And some of that shit was just like, yeah, we're going to make our drums, like, and some bullshit. So, Coffee and Coding, have you heard any of, like, Rob Crow's newer stuff? It's really good. And I'm actually proud of, like, Rob Crow. He stopped drinking. And his latest band is, like, Thin Rob Crow. It's, like, really crazy. But, yeah, Rob Crow's Gloomy Place or something? Rob Crow's something or other? He has like 100 bands, but his most recent one. Yes, Coffee and Coding. I think you know me enough that I'll happily play Goblin Cock and that fucking Billy Jack song, right? That shit's good. Like, I'll happily play that one Goblin Cock song. I don't give a shit. Yeah, Rob Crow has too many bands. Yeah, I knew what you were saying. I don't know if you got, like, muted for it, but yeah, Goblin Cock. Yeah, for sure, man. No, they're good. That song, Billy Jack or whatever, is super good. All right. Hold on. People think I might be trolling. I guess I got to play that song now. This is Rob Crow from Pinback. If you know Pinback, you're like, oh yeah, they're like that soft band that was like played in like the OC and shit. Oh, you sweet summer child. Oh, you sweet summer child. If you don't know this song, I get it, right? How many beanies do I have? Oh, you sweet summer child. There you go. I got a bin. I got too many beanies. Oh shit, coffee and coding. I didn't know that about you. Thank you for sharing that, man. Dude, thank you for sharing that. I feel like that's like a thing that you shouldn't be expected to share, but I appreciate you doing so. That's cool, man. Ah, I love this shit. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, yeah. We're getting towards the end of stream. I feel like this is a good one to end it on. As far as pinback goes, Armistead Burwell Smith. Nah, yeah, that dude's a really solid bassist. The way he does like the flick thing, like Les Claypool does a bit, but he does it like minimalist, but still fucking nails it. Yeah. ABS, Armistead Burwell Smith, like, oh my god. The third, obviously, my bad. Nah, that dude fucking kills it. For sure. Pinback is only as good as they are because of those two being great. Now, granted, I'm not a fan of Armistead Burwell Smith's like backup vocals. I'm not a fan. If you like it, my bad. Keep enjoying it, please. I think any other backup singer would have made a bunch of their stuff way better. But he does have a distinctive voice where, like, yeah, standing out from others, well, actually, he might be part of the reason they made it. I don't know. I do prefer the main dude, right? I do prefer Rob Crow. All right, we got one more song. Hold on. Rob Crow. Do we do his Gloomy Place thing? Business Interrupted? Yeah, that's not Armistead playing that bass line, but it does sound like an Armistead bass line, right? Which is kind of interesting. Anyway, we should go raid someone. Yeah, I want to go play games with Acorn, Robotic Head, and Algo Bro. I hope we have Robotic Head joining us tonight, but we haven't heard from him yet. Oh, maybe we have. Oh, no, he's there. Oh, he's already in there. Ah, yeah, we're set. We're good to go. Yeah, let's do this. All right, so let's go raid someone. Let me get some pizza cooking in the oven. Yeah. Ah, yeah, I'm stoked. We got the full crew. Oh, my God. Coffee and coding. I came back last night when you saw me with a full pie minus 2 slices because I fat kidded out. Come on, I'm only human. From Mario's Pizza here in Seattle, like Big Mario's. This is like, oh man, I'm gonna make people jealous if they like actually look at the finished result of my pizza over on Gaming Stream. But yeah, we're gonna raid someone. We made really good progress today. We treated it like a proper Saturday. I'll be back here doing the same stuff on Monday because Sundays are my day off and I got to do like work stuff. But yeah. Who'd we go raid? Who's even going right now? Of course, Glasses finished an hour ago. Why the fuck wouldn't he keep going? I'd totally raid him. How dare he? I'm kidding, by the way. Like, it's fine. I get it. It's fine. Glasses, if you're lurking, is totally fine. Come on, man. I'm just bullshitting a bit. Like I do. Just doing the Chris thing. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Nah, my sister's streaming. I haven't had a chance to raid her in ages. This is my sister. Be cool. All right? Be cool. Don't be a fucking jerk. Don't be a CM Griffin about it. Yeah. No, we're going to go raid Dr. Kagster. I know. Like, normally, I want to raid, you know, someone also doing software dev and all that stuff. But you know what? My sister's awesome. If you're willing to watch some Fortnite or Fortnite or whatever you want to call it, I'm going to pause the music because, please go check out Dr. Kagster. Drcagster. That was for YouTube there. She's great. She's at her affiliate anniversary. Oh my God. And I should definitely sub to my own sister. So I'll go do that when I get over there, obviously. But yeah, if you guys enjoy just like good chill, like, you know, Fortnite stream and just hanging out with someone that's cool, I'd recommend giving a follow over there. If not, it's fine. I'll be streaming on Monday. I'll be over on my gaming stream tonight with AlgoBro, Acorn, and Robotichead. So if you're not aware of gaming, that is Griffing and Chill here on Twitch. And then, yeah, I'll see the rest of y'all here on this stream on Monday. So YouTube, later.